Yo, 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 good morning, good morning. Okay, hope everybody had a great weekend. I did, not as productive as I would hope, but whatever. So I'm gonna start today's stream with some bad news related to reflections, and more specifically related to reflected outlines. I didn't get the time this weekend to research how I wanted to move forward on that issue. So for now, I'm just going to repackage the reflection in a nice includable file. And we're going to put off the outlines for a little bit. Hopefully I can get back to it later this week, or that's the goal at least. So we're just going to continue with reflections without outlines and see if we can make them jam with the water shader. Little Miss Murder, I slaved the whole weekend for a project that was supposedly due tomorrow. The customer contacted me and told me they're going on leave for a week. So you slaved for nothing, right? Or not nothing. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That reflected normal map kind that reminds me of Ghost Mirror from OG Prince of Persia. I played a little bit of the original Prince of Persia, but I don't get that reference at all. And Derek, sometimes you gotta move on and come back to it later. I really get that. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. It really, I hate doing it, but yeah, sometimes you need to, right? So let's see here. We have this pure screen space reflection shader, and we're going to repackage it, like I said, into one function, which we can include in multiple HLSL files, much like we did with the outlines actually, which turned out great. I mean, less than 150 lines for pretty damn good outlines. That's nice. That's a nice outlook to have, Cooler SK, but like working towards a deadline, working yourself to the bone towards a deadline that gets postponed, it sucks. Okay. The only thing we need to think about when we move this into its own function or file and function is how we want to handle the properties. I think so you could have properties that are I want to avoid global variables but static to the project, so everything that uses reflection uses these properties, but we might get to a point later on where we also want to have varying properties. So we're going to implement one method that takes all of these as arguments, and we're going to have one method, and we're also going to define them as constants in the reflection shader file, and then we're going to have one method where you just do reflection with default properties basically. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's Monday morning and I can feel a cold attacking my body, but it should be okay. Yeah, there could be a pun there I didn't really catch, but yeah. Okay. Let's copy this one. Okay. Let's start by taking all of these. Test A, I think we can skip. Can you define it as hex in... No. So what do we have? $51. Uh, 0.01, 0.6. And 0.01, 0.01. Final depth threshold, max distance 1000. Okay, yeah. And lastly, 0.02, 0.1. 0.1. Okay, before I continue, I also want to remove the outline related stuff here, the experimentation. Let's see. Yo, good morning, Geralt. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. This one we only had for read and apply outline, yeah. Good enough. Okay. We have a custom struct here in this one, which helps us a lot. I wonder though, ray.r. Yeah, we use it here. Let's rename this one real quick. R is not the best name. It's dot product between forward in view space and the direction in view space. View angle multiplier or something like that. View angle what is the word I'm looking for? Magnitude, maybe. Okay, so my question is, screen space ray start and it's still very specific to screen space reflections right now, I would say. I was thinking if this is something we want in its own file. Like, I wonder how reusable it is. Don't think we're gonna reuse it that much. So we could start by doing... We could take this and all the functions and put them in here. So it's pretty much only this we need, and then we put this and the rest of it in a method. Calculate reflection color, and then I want a float for calculate reflection color with default parameters. So first of all, we need I would like this. Maybe we want to do view direction, world space, and reflection. Normal. I would like to put this in the reflection file as well. So maybe the input should be position in world space and normal in world space. Pixel delta we need to send in. No, we don't. No, we don't. Pixel delta we can calculate in here. So let's see, view direction. We can calculate this one as well. I wonder if right now we rely on... I wonder about this. So here we calculate view space, position in view space per vertex, and then the barycentric interpolation is done for the fragment. If we would transform, if we would take this one and want to make it into view space here, it's gonna be a matrix multiplication we do way more often than we need to. Position, world space. So if we only send in view space here, then we want world space camera position, then we're going to multiply this one though. Let's do it like this. One sec. Okay, back. Step length bounds. We need, when we create this array, we need some stuff as well. We need, or do we? This one we need ray max distance. call it? Final, yeah. Yo, what's up, PG King? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. And then we have infinite ray depth threshold, and we need to send in some more things here, like this one, and these things. Jesus. She had a good weekend. It's not over. Today is off day for everyone. Oh, extra long weekend. Nice. Yeah, I had a nice weekend. Unfortunately, didn't get enough time to do some proper research when it comes to outlines on reflections, but I guess I'm gonna have to do that this week. Infinite ray depth threshold. Yeah, we want to check it here. Okay. We have a few things left we need to send into this one. So sample reflection color, infinite radiant color, and then we have reflection drop of distance screen space and reflection drop of distance view space. And yeah, we still okay. So 2 more, that's not too bad. Although I wonder, reflection drop of distance screen space. 1, 2, 3 more. We're gonna make these a little bit shorter. Or do I? Reflection drop of distance SS, reflection drop of distance VS. Infinite ray and color. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. We want to do it like this. So this is everything we send into this function, and then we just do calculate reflection color. Oh, one more thing. We want to rename these. Fuck, do we want to rename them like this? Outlines. In the end, we're probably only gonna rely on this method. So this is the only function that is ever gonna be called from any shader outside of this file. I want to keep this one around because I reckon we're still gonna do a lot of experimentation with these parameters. So like, what combination looks best for low end, what combination looks best for high end, and so on and so on. And also what combination looks good for water surface, and yeah. To put it short, I just want to be able to do a lot of experimentation here, as opposed to what we did with the outlines. Though I'm pretty sure this is maybe not the best, but a really good combination of properties. Okay. We're gonna have one problem now though. If we keep these properties as is here and here, we're gonna have some naming conflicts. So let's take a look here. This is redundant, I think. And also, I think about these, we're gonna have to add some compiler flags here, because I think there's a lot of files that are gonna include this one. Can we do this? Yeah, let's try it when we get the warning. But what about these? I'm thinking this is where we might want to skip this prefix and just have it for properties. I think that's a good rule to have. But then we have to differentiate between these. Yeah, definitely want to keep this prefix to properties. So I'm talking about this. I want to avoid shit like this. I wonder how messed up it would be if we just keep these as capital first letter and these as they are. Let's do that. And then we want to do the same thing with this one. I don't know. Yeah. Although these two we might want to keep like this. These are constants just set in this HLSL file. These are sent down from the CPU. Yeah. Okay, let's see how we can change this one then. Keep this as is, and we'll remove. I want to do return and then also want to do a Okay, undeclared identifier. Did I leave an input here? Yes, I did. Sample reflection color. Yeah, we need to send in some more stuff here. How many times do we call this one? We call it twice. Yeah, that's okay. So it's drop-off distance and infinite ray end. Drop-off distance, screen space, VS. World space. Okay. Calculate reflection color. Calculate reflection color. What do we have, or what am I missing? Oh, we're missing one. Max distance view space, okay. Okay, great. And then if we remove this and add this one. Almost. So is it this one that is the infinite ray and color? Did I screw up? PG King, random question: how do you keep motivated working on your project consistently? For me, I've noticed that it's usually not that much a question of motivation. It's more discipline, and I noticed that for me the hardest part was just to start. Like as soon as I sat down and started working, it was very easy to keep working. So the biggest problem is definitely to get over the hurdle and just start working. And as soon as I noticed that, it isn't that hard to just set out a time and I'm just gonna start working at this time, and then I just work for however long I feel like. Pretty much. Does it make sense? Like sometimes you have to move things around to make it a little bit easier to start. So like for today, for instance, I had, probably could call it a block. So we had this issue with reflection and outlines, and I had no idea how to solve it. And I really didn't want to spend today banging my head against that wall again. And so that was kind of a block getting me to start working today. So instead I just rescheduled some things, postponed it a bit until I have more knowledge about the problem I want to solve and approach to it, and started doing this instead. And that just made starting today a little bit easier. Yeah. Gnylos, what's up, by the way? Best way to read a book is to sit down and read one page. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, that's basically how it is. I mean, it's pretty much a pattern in my entire life. I guess I'm not unique in that way, but it's the same with everything. Like working out, I fucking hate working out, but I know that I need to do it because I feel so much better. So, and just starting the workout is the biggest blockade. So if I can just get to it, to some simple exercise, the rest comes pretty easily. So yeah, best way to read a book is to sit down and read one page. Love it. Okay, so when it gets to this, we have infinite ray and color. This one, we have a little bit of a weird color going on here. I wonder why. Infinite ray and color, did I... It's float 4 here. It's float 4 everywhere. So yeah, this one is much lighter than this one, right? Yeah, this one has the correct color, this one does not, which means that infinite ray and color is wrong, and it's this one. What am I missing here? And I've already recalculated this once. Am I doing 256? PG King, I have this weird thing where I'm highly motivated to work on my project, also a game, and work on it for about a month-ish. But when I finally achieve what I set to do, the motivation drops massively and I don't touch it again for like 6 months. Yeah, been there, definitely. As soon as you, like, if you want to finish projects, you have to understand, I guess some people can do it, but you have to understand that most of us can't rely on motivation. Motivation comes and go. You're just gonna have to appreciate it when it's there and don't think about it when it's not, and just rely on discipline. Honestly, it's a boring answer, but that's how I see it. Marvik, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. One sec, is it? It's divided by 255 we want. Why am I not getting the correct color here? 51, 255, 0.2. 101. 396. And 165. Derek, we're pretty much done with the refactoring now. We're soon gonna try it on the water. I just want to make sure that it infinite radiant color gets the correct value as well, and we get a little bit of a brighter color here, which is weird to say the least. No problem at all, PG King. And good luck with your projects. Three decimals of precision should be enough, right? 647. It could very well be, did I screw up screen space, view space, screen space, view space. Because if we take a look at this one, we just return it here. this big of a difference doesn't make that much sense. Does this also change? Could be something with that. I don't think so. Not a shot. We can do it like this as well. Does this make any sense? It's literally the exact same values. We return float 4 here, we return float 4 down here as well. Alpha is 1, right? Yeah. What? Pitch game, what's your job, by the way? Are you in programming? No, I'm not. Not at the moment. What does this infinite ray and color want? We know that it's this that's being used. Is it something I'm missing with sRGB, or it could be. It definitely could be. Can we do HLSL sRGB? Linear segment plus 2.4 power. I don't know how it could be this, though. Do we need to care about this? Don't we have a function or anything for this? I just want to try if this is the cause for this. Convert float to sRGB. Do we have access to this one? Let's try it. But we're gonna get a problems. Let's just try it. Return infinite ray and color. Let's try. Okay. So what can we do? What can we do? I'm still wondering if this is the actual problem. And let's do linear to sRGB. Let's do an ugly one. Okay, let's try this one. I just want to see. Okay. Then I have no idea. Okay, let's try this one as well. We don't need vec, pow. Alpha we don't care about. Okay. One sec though. Okay, so if we take this color fuck, is it the other way around? If we take infinite ray and color, oops. Okay, so this is the color we have. This one matches this one. But if we do okay, so if we take this one in linear and transfer to sRGB, we get the same. Okay, so it's the other way around. Is that the problem we're having? But how does that make sense? So I hate these color space conversions and stuff like that. What do we have? But then again, it should be okay. If we take this color, transform it to sRGB, we get this output. So, fuck it, let's just try it. I'm deep in the hole anyway. So, let's take this one and transform from sRGB to RGB. Does that make sense? Okay, I guess we want to try this one then as well. Could be pretty good. Do we have this in Unity, by the way? Unity, HLSL, linear to sRGB. don't we have... I want to try, see if we have this one. Convert back to linear space. What do we need to include? Oh no. I don't want to rely on this one. Okay, do we have... Let's see here. Unity HLSI lighting. Do we have something we can use instead? I could see it being in here. Sample, that's not it. Yo, what's up, Spires? Hope you had a wonderful stream, man. And thank you for the raid, appreciate it. You too, you too. Unfortunately, today, we're not doing anything extremely interesting yet. We're gonna do, over on this stream, we're gonna do reflection on a water shader, but before I do that, I really want to fix an issue we have, I think, with linear color space and sRGB color space. But as soon as we have that issue under control, we're gonna move on to reflection on water, which is a little bit more interesting. But okay, so if we would have gone with CG for this shader, we could have used this method, but I'm pretty sure we should have something equivalent. We could probably do it like this. Do we have Unity shader graph linear to sRGB? Color space conversion node. Yeah, let's see what this one brings us. Oh, it does it like this. Harry-O, there's a bunch of color converting functions in. Oh, love it. Let's see, where do we have it? Run the pipeline's core. Shader library, and color, you say. Beautiful. Hopefully this is exactly what we need. Thank you, appreciate it. So let's include this one, and hopefully this is what our problem stems from. Reflection. Let's include it in reflection. So we want to go core, shader library, and color. And then I guess we want to use, what was it? sRGB to linear. So it's gamma to linear, but I wonder. Let's try this one. And I think that's it. Beautiful. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so another problem, if we call this method width, or if we call this one, we want to transform this one. No, we don't want to transform this one. If we call this one, we want to transform it. So let's do it like this. Let's remove this one from here and here and put it down here. Although I wonder, can we call it when we define the constant? Probably not. But let's try it. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Although I noticed one other change here I just want to get rid of before we continue. But that's okay, actually. I think I've changed these parameters, so it should be okay. If we compare the constants, I think it's this one I've changed. Initial depth threshold bounds, or no, final. Okay. So let's do this one and change final to 0.03. Something like that. Okay, good. I think we're ready to use this file in the water shader finally. Oh, I think I want to do some pre-work with the surface of the water before we do this. I want to calculate Specular highlights. Yeah, let's calculate specular highlights. I think we're going to do it like this. We calculate specular highlights on the surface of the water, and we're going to calculate it in such a way that we get a value between 0 and 1, and then we're going to multiply that value with whatever we return from the reflection function. Yes. One more thing, I want to double check if we do reflection HLSL. Here we define scene texture. Just want to add some macros here if it's necessary, so that we don't get any conflicts. Or some compiler flags, yes. Redefinition of scene texture. So let's do. Can we do it like this? We might need it. Okay. Yeah, but do I want to pack this into its own file, basically? But shouldn't there be some? We should be able to do something similar to this, shouldn't we? But maybe we can just do it like this. Maybe it's better for. Maybe it's better for organization as well if we have. Let's duplicate this one, and we do scene texture. And then I guess we can do but I've seen one sampler being used for multiple textures, 2 samplers though, maybe. Pure screen, so we skip this one here. And in reflection, now I've seen texture. Let's do it like this. Okay. So back to procedural water. So here is something I would like to eventually we're going to rework this one as well, but I really want the reflections. I want to get the reflections in place. But now we have scene texture here. And this one we're going to rework now, otherwise we're going to have some issues. But instead of having this later on, so everything related to outlines, which is a lot, I want to base all of this on the outlines HLSL instead. So we're going to include this one and use the functionality we have in that one here, but not right now. But this one on the other hand we have to. Oh, we need LOD as well, that's true. Yeah, but let's add that real quick. Yo, what's up, Fabik? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. Sample, scene, texture. Oh, ever since I moved to this way of writing it, I have Unity, sample, texture, LOD, HLSL. Do we have LOD here or anything? Yeah, we can do it with these, but Fabrikias, I had a wonderful weekend. How about you? Oh, nice to hear. I had a good weekend. Nah, it was pretty wonderful as well. Today we're finally taking the step to add the reflections to the water. As to reflecting the outlines, I've postponed that a little bit because I don't have an approach to it that I believe in just yet. So I'm gonna have to do some research. Didn't have the time to do it this weekend, so that's why it's postponed. Harry should be .sample level. Thank you, man. So we want to do sample level. Oops, that's the wrong one. So maybe we want to go with the same naming. Sample scene texture level. Something like that. Let's try it real quick. Sampled scene texture point. Oh, beautiful. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, we might want to do scene texture. Let's see here. Fabrik, a little bit off topic, but how about that Nintendo stuff? Are you going to pay 65k to use their patent to catch a creature by throwing an item at them? It's insane. Yeah, I don't know about the whole patenting game mechanics. It's weird. I don't like it at all. Luckily, however, we're not gonna throw anything. Or, okay, we might implement throwing stuff on creatures in this game, but not throwing something to capture them. So I should be clear out of that one. What shocks me most about the lawsuit is I thought they were going after like likeness to Pokemons, but I guess that's harder to sue for. Because yeah, I'm not fond of the lawsuit, but Palworld had some questionable monster designs, I have to say. The likeness was a little bit too much, wasn't it? Yo, what's up, Calvino? We won't be throwing balls, just rocks or hand grenades. Maybe only the first of those. Maybe rocks. I don't know about hand grenades. Could be a Kickstarter goal, though. Yo, what's up? Good morning, Smack GDs. I hope you both had a wonderful weekend, by the way. Okay, so we can stone our creatures. Yeah, eventually we're gonna lead. I want to give freedom to the player now, so so if the player wants to stone creatures, they might be able to. They can actually also dig a hole in the terrain, pick up the creature, drop it in the hole, pick up a stone, throw it on the creature. Yeah, unfortunately, we will support that, but yeah. Harukanan, they 100% knew what they were doing. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so when I saw Palworld for the first time, yeah, some of the creature design, it's blatant copies, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh well, let's see. Do I want to put, if we go to scene texture here, do I want to have a function? Then we're gonna have to have it for all of them. Fuck it. We're just gonna leave multi-reads like this. Okay, let's see. Sample scene texture 2 LOD. But it would be nice to just have a method here, like calling this with multiple UVs. Then we want to have the same for outlines. Let's leave it like this for now. Fuck, are we using point here, by the way? And then we want UV s.scene UV. And then scene I don't really care about the alpha though, but yeah, whatever. Okay, scene texture. Oh yeah. We might want to include this one as well. Sample scene texture, point level. Okay. Okay, let's see here now. I think we're gonna start by doing what do we have here? The water is starting to take shape. Flow to UV normal map. Normal. Okay, we have normal in world space. Let's see here. Cell shade. I think cell shaded. I think we just want to do this. I think. Fabric. Okay, Robin, I have to go. We have Independence Day here, so I have to go and defend against the alien attack. Good luck with that, man. And thank you for dropping by. As to having a productive day, I will do my best. So what do we want? Light direction, view direction, normal. We have the normal in world space. We probably want direction and view in world space as well. I wonder what we have. We should have a few of those things. View direction, world space, already have that one. Wow, Fabric, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it very much. And have a great Independence Day. Okay. We wanted light direction as well. Oh, fuck, do we? Light direction in world space. Yeah, initially we're just gonna support this using one light, but eventually we're gonna have multiple lights, so yeah, that's gonna suck as well. Fuck, that's gonna be costly as hell. We might just support one light when it comes to the water. Hey, Harry. Hey, sorry if you've talked about this previously. Have you considered writing the outline back into the scene plus depth? Could make transparent post-processing a little easier. I just have to state that how we handle outlines is a little bit it's not set in stone. So initially, I'm gonna try and explain the problem we're having as good as I can and why we do it like we do. So initially, when it came to the outlines, we just had it as a custom renderer feature that after we have drawn all the opaque objects, we also draw outlines. And initially, we just did a simple blit onto the scene color. Or to the output, actually. So from that point onwards, the outlines were stuck with the scene colors. But when we then started doing some more complicated stuff, like when we did simple transparent stuff, like just a transparent plane which you can stand behind with some very simple refraction, then it was okay to do it like that. But when we started doing water, and we have or that leads us to a problem where we have an outlined object being within a volume that should affect everything we see. And since the outlines are, so the outlines for this object is written or drawn on the object, but also outside of the object. Let's see if we can show it real quick. So we can see here that the outlines, they overlap both the object and outside of the object, which means that we needed the depth values of the outlines. But we don't want to alter... this is complicated. Maybe I'm just rambling right now. So we needed the depth for these outlines that belong to this object but is next to the object. And we didn't want to overwrite the scene depth with this depth value, because then again, we have... So in this case, we have a ray going through this outline. We refract it on the water surface, so we get a new color behind this outline. We want that color, and then we want the outline on top of that. And then we have another case where we also want some color on top of that. So right now, we pretty much took the outlines, put them in their own texture with outline depth, and that's how we're doing it right now. I don't know which way is best, honestly. Did my rambling make any sense at all, or did it just make it harder to understand the problem at hand? Because, so like, we also have color based on water depth. So the further down in the water it gets darker, which means that when we want to draw an outline, imagine an outline outside the object that is outlined. being in water, when we want to decide the final color for that pixel, we need to take into account how far into the water is the outline and how far into the water is the pixel behind the outline. Harry, no, makes sense. I did get an ad break halfway through though. That sucks. Kuros K, I think you're going insane. I'm already insane, so that's no problem at all. It all comes down to, I want to put this problem, I want to condense it down to like one sentence, maybe two, so it makes sense. It's about the outline's position in 3D space, and we need to keep in mind what's behind it. I mean, in most cases we could probably get away without doing it as complicated as that, but let's see. Water. Hopefully I won't crash now. It should be okay. What do we have? So if I do water deep color red, water shallow color blue, and we do it like this as well. Maybe 2. Do I have a good example of a pixel here? It may be this outline. So right now the water behind this outline is the water behind this outline is red. So the ground pixel behind this outline will be colored red, but then we also have the shallow water is blue. So when we calculate the final color for this one, we take we read from the scene texture behind it, and then we apply the red shade to that pixel, and then we apply the outline to that pixel with the outline alpha, and then we apply the shallow watercolor blue on top of that. So yeah, if you wanted advanced control of outlines, then I think a separate pass makes sense. Just a little trick I like to use where I write the depth of the outlines as well, so the outlines has a valid world space position. Then transparent objects in front behave correctly, and you can use effects like depth of field without any custom stuff. Yeah, so when you write the depth of the outline as well, do you overwrite the value in the depth texture then? I haven't really. Yeah, when writing SV depth. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been looking into that one, but I don't know. I think this very specific case would be fucked if I overwrote the depth, because then we don't have the original depth of this texture behind. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we could find a better way to do it. Yeah, ever since we started working with, like, getting the outlines to work with refraction, reflection, transparent objects, blurring, whatever, it has very much complicated how we should order things, when should certain calculations be done, and so on. Okay, what did we have here? It's a very interesting problem, definitely. Okay, we're just gonna overwrite most of this, and we're gonna do we do have light here as well. Let me check. Yeah, but we don't store it. Do we actually never... yeah, we do. Light. We send in the light here. And where do we have it then? Get main light. We do it here. Yeah, maybe we want to fetch this and store it. Yo, what's up, Diligence? Hope you had a great weekend, man. Yeah, we're gonna use this one a lot. Let's just fetch it one. I wonder if I want to keep it in scene information though. Maybe. Let's do it like this. Let's just overwrite everything we have done so far and do light. Position in world space. Okay. So what did we want? Light direction, view direction, and normal. View direction world space I think we already have, so that's okay. I think we have everything. So let's just copy this for now. Age, safe normalize, L direction, S view. Specular. Specular shininess. Do we have any variables for these? Water general, normal, color, refraction, caustic water blur, water distortion, general properties. It's not really lighting though. It's not only lighting. Feels a little bit redundant, this prefix here. First of all, I'm just going to output the specular color, and then smoothness we have, shininess we're going to calculate. Shininess. I don't know if we want to... I'm just gonna take this one. Let's do it the exact same way we do for cell shading. But we did call this one water smoothness. So then we have shininess. We don't want to do this one just yet. We probably want to do it soon, but... Okay, get main light, calculate a constant shininess, calculate age by adding light direction plus view direction, should be world space. Then we do dot with the normal, and that's our specular. Do shininess, let's see what we have. Yeah, we're probably gonna need a second panning normal when we do the lighting eventually. But we should get away with it. Let me just check how the reflections look. with one panned texture. Float 4. Let's just do return. Do we include reflection? Yeah, we do now. Is it calculate reflection color with default parameters? Input.position. World space, view space, normal. Input position VS, input.position, and input. No. Normal world space. Okay. Not really what I wanted to see. Are we having two? It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Normal map strength. Okay, this I'm very interested in. Okay, so if we have one, yeah, this seems way too strong. Normal world space. What are we actually reflecting in this case? Okay, interesting. I think we're getting so strong normals that we're actually reflecting what's underneath the surface. What the fuck? Okay. I wonder if that's the case here as well. Yeah, it looks good around here, I would say. Yeah, we can also check the performance of this one. If we max out these, I guess it's because we're moving. Yeah, this normal is fucking us up. I didn't know it was that strong. Let me just do return normal world space. Okay. Okay, two things. Want to unpack this normal map and apply it a little bit more forgiving. I would have, like, when I work with it, I would have thought, or usually when I work with normal maps, it's a Normal map strength of 1 just equals that we or like that's the default. It's not that it overtakes everything. It's definitely a bit too much. But how come? Tangent to world, unpack normal scale, sample texture. Just need to double check as well. It bothers me a bit that we get good refractions with this strong of normal map, however, but that might be the reason we had our refraction index doesn't make sense. Okay, let's see here. Textures, normal map. Yeah, could it be that we keep using it in 0 to 1, but we want -1 and 1. But I don't know how much this one does for us as well. Unpack normal scale. Do we get an alpha here that's wrong? Or a value? So what is it? 0 for points, 1 for directions. Okay, it could be a lot of things here. Let's see. Okay, this is CG Inc. Yeah, unpack normal scale. Unpack normal RGB, bump scale. Core. Lightweight. Oh, this is not what we want. Don't we have... here we go. Packing. One sec, we go to core and shader library. And on package, but packing. Okay. We get a real 3 here. Just multiply x and y with scale. Unpack normal scale. Do we want to do float 4? Do we need to have this 1? Do we get any difference? Oops. Is it that strong, really? Don't think so. But entirety yellow. I don't think it does. It actually look strong enough to reflect downwards. Let's do. I want to double check one thing. Terrain procedural grass. Do we have access to terrain data texture? Water data texture, fuck. I want to do recolor the terrain at point. Like, I want to make sure, is it at top of the water or below the water surface we're reflecting here? I honestly don't know. I was thinking about changing the terrain color based on the water amount we have. But that's gonna be a bit too messy. Pretty sure it's above now, but as soon as we go we're starting to see below. Oh. Yeah, we probably want to check. Oh, let's do it like this. Can we check in the reflection if... So for a fragment we never want to reflect anything that is behind that fragment, but can we make the assumption that we don't want to... No, we can't make the assumption based on depth, because we might actually want... Do we want to handle each... What I'm trying to say is we can't make the assumption that we only want to reflect points with bigger depth, because that's not going to be the case. Oh, forget, let's do this. I could just do it like this. It's pretty easy. 3D object plane. Okay. Okay. So do we get so strong reflections that we actually reflect downwards? That's weird. But I guess. But I guess. Yeah, we just want to disable those kinds of rays. Yes, what we get is this and this. So we go beneath the surface. Need to get rid of that. And how do we want to get rid of that? It feels like I'm missing to do some very basic stuff in the reflection implementation. But what? The disturbing part is if we have a wall that reflects and we have camera here-ish. What is it we want to avoid? Similar angle of reflection. This one goes... It's not as easy as doing something with world position either, because okay, we take world position of here. If we go below this one in Y direction, we don't reflect, but then we can have an object here that we want to color after. But then again, we could reduce the strength of the normals, but still reflect underneath the surface. Yo, what's up, Hercules? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. You get away with a lot when you have like when you distort the reflections. This one, what the fuck is happening here then? Yeah, I had a nice weekend. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really seem to think about a case like the reflective surface doesn't really have any knowledge about itself other for the pixel we're currently processing. Yeah, because I think that's definitely the issue we have here as well, I would say. For some of these. But We have a point in world space and we have a normal in world space. We could reconstruct a plane, and we don't care about points behind that plane. So much like we don't care about rays that end up outside of the near clip plane. We don't care about rays that end up behind the pixel plane. But yeah, then again, that doesn't work because of no, it doesn't. One sec. Okay, back. Sorry about that. I've got some weird cold going on. What's up, Cyber Yaman? Are my deceiving, or are you an indie too? Yeah, I'm an indie as well. Siberia, man. I have no idea what that means. Oh, you mean the name? Yeah. You're recreating Pokemon? Nah. I guess creature collecting, see how you can get that, but nah, the gameplay is not gonna be similar to Pokemon at all. Well, I'm making a horror game. Oh, nice. Love horror games. And unfortunately, no, I haven't heard of SCP-087. Okay, the problem we have here. Two strong normals, and we get reflection arrays that points downwards into the reflective surface, right? Easy solution, don't use too strong displacement normals or whatever. But the bigger problem at hand that I wonder about if it's solvable is to quit rays or ignore rays that are going into the reflective object itself. Simply infinite staircase. Okay, seems like a good setting. Wesley, it's going to be more like a Souls-like where you capture the creatures and harness their souls for extra power. Maybe something in between. It's a stretch, and we have had this discussion many times. And like, should you be able to eat your creatures? Not just pick them up and eat them alive, that's rough, but should you be able to send them away to the butcher shop or whatever? Are you using shader graph? I did initially, but I'm still on Unity 21.2 and shader graph doesn't have some of the functionality I want, so moved on to pure HLSL. Yeah, but we have outlines we eventually want to reflect as well. And a lot of other custom shit, unfortunately. I mean, make the texture transparent, place a reflection probe and you're done. We can't rely on probes because we're gonna have a very dynamic landscape. So that yields us a problem of when to bake them. Should we bake them every time we change the landscape? And then if you rely on like some type of real-time probes, you're gonna tank the performance, right? Yeah, we can't afford real-time reflection probes. Fuck, real-time reflection probes, isn't that extremely costly? What are you looking at? Are they roughly doing 6 cameras? That's insane. It's just a simple screen space it's not simple, but it's a screen space reflection basically. So we can reflect anything that is visible on the screen, and that's about it. Hmm. How are you doing your reflections? What magic you use for it? It's screen space reflections, basically. So we ray march in the scene, compare some depth. If we find an intersection, we return whatever color we have in our scene texture. Question, do you code in HTML? Nah. Not that often. I mean, I do my basic website and done some plugins for Twitch, but that's about it. Okay. I don't know how I would want to approach this one. And then I also wonder, the bigger the strength, we get our performance tanks at this point. And honestly, I'm not sure why. We get multiple more, or the only thing I can imagine is that most of our rays march the entire distance. But even if that would be the case, so we reflect downwards, we should find ground pretty quickly and return. I don't know. I guess we could, in our case, in case of the water, use this information to get rid of get rid of the reflections. Below the water surface. But that wouldn't fix the actual problem. Gonna have to double check the refractions as well, because they work well with the extreme normals from the normal map. Reflections does not. I want them to match, basically. We want them to work with the same normals. What I wonder, and what I would like the most is, let's see here, prototype materials, grade, we have normal map. This one here, 1 is basically what we want. If we have a normal map strength of 1, that's when we want the best result, basically. Normal strength of 1, normal map strength of 1 is what is going to be our default. But I wonder... Oh, So if we compare this, we scale x and y by strength. But we don't do this correction. So if we would have a strength of 1, we would get whatever RG value we have. And then, yeah, okay, so we just take, yeah, maybe it's my normal that is a bit too pumping a 0.3. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's my refractions that has been using a too strong world normal. So if we would do 0.1, maybe 1 is a bit too strong. So if we would go with this and yeah, we're getting very little refraction here. But then again, yeah. 1 divided by 1.33. And then water refraction strength. That's not what we want to do. compared to normal map strength 2. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take a second look at this refraction solution. Honestly. It's extremely simplified right now, and that's what I like about it. We don't do any ray marching or anything like that. It's cheap. Okay, okay, but that's not what I want to care about right now. So let's go back to reflection. Put a pin in this. 1. And return this one. Because let's see here now. Yeah, let's add some diffuse. I want to calculate diffuse and specular and all that here. I wonder, when we decide which part of the water that is going to be reflecting stuff and not, we want it to be very lit parts of it, right? We don't want to reflect on non-lit surfaces, and we also want to base it on view, I think. If we look... Yeah, if we look straight down into the water, so almost like this, we want to show more of below the surface, I think. And let's see if we can calculate some stuff we need. And I've been wondering, what do we have? Lighting, HLSL. No, not this one. Util lighting. Calculate blindfång lighting. I would like to split this up a bit, I think, because I would like to get out the different components here, I think. So I guess I would like to get ambient, diffuse, specular, those three. So we can create a function here that calculates them. Very similar to this one, but here we also add, we have shadow amount, but we return a color here. We return albedo with light applied to it. So I guess ambient multiplier, for now let's leave this one and just do, let's take lighting cell shaded. Maybe we care about rim as well, that's true. I'm gonna redo it. Attenuation, we don't care about those, we don't want a smooth step, so we just do this one times this one. Diffuse, normal in world space, light direction. Then we multiply with this, then we have this one again. Oh yeah, this one we wanted to save. That is true. Okay, so how much light actually reaches this point? Diffuse, specular, and then rim as well. Fuck this, yeah. Rim amount. Yeah, let's add that one as well. Okay, let's just see what we have. Return diffuse, return specular, return rim. And I just have to see, so if we take this one up, yeah, it's too much. Yeah, and this is probably where we notice that one panning normal texture won't cut it. We're gonna have to mix two, panning in different directions, and then eventually we want to make the panning depend on the form of the water. So less panning at edges, more panning in the middle. One sec. Okay, back. Okay, so if this is the diffuse, and then we have specular. Okay. Interesting. And then rim. I fucking love this. This one. Is this one we want to have the most? Is it this one that is going to decide most of the reflection actually? Rim power diffuse. I want to check main cam. I think we want a lot of reflections when we do this, and here we want not that much. Uh, 180. Let's see. I think so. Okay, let's add these properly together and see what we get. I always forget though. Specular has been multiplied by diffuse. Water smoothness. Diffuse max, yeah, that's probably something we want to do, something similar. I want ambient as well, but we might, or do I? Maybe we want to skip ambient. Okay. Add here. Okay. Yeah, we definitely don't want to multiply this because we're gonna have 0 here most of the time here as well. But this one is close to 1, if not 1, most of the time. Except for the shadows. Yeah, we want to have shadow strength as well, or minimum amount. But I would like... maybe. Do I want more rim strength on this? Let's see. I want to saturate it, but I like this 0, and then we get 1 at all times. 1 rim is equal to 0. so the rim helps a lot. Saturate. So basically, fuck, is this good enough? So the brighter this is, the more we base the color on what's above the surface. The darker it is, the more we base it on the color below the surface. Right. So how would that look? Let's do... We're not gonna get outlines now, but let's do... Let's just do... this, and then we do return lerp color, I think. We're gonna have to do some other calculations first. I wonder if we can do it like this right now. So this is return color. We're gonna fuck up the outlines, but I'm okay with that. So color right now, whatever we return right now is below the water surface, except for the outlines we reconstruct here around the object. So if we did return lerp color do we have reflection? No, I removed it, so let's do float for reflection, calculate, yeah, so color reflection, and I would use lighting here. So if this one is 0, we return this one. If it's white, we return this one, and then between we interpolate. Yeah, I'm gonna have to handle these shadows, that's for sure. Then we have the specular here, that is a little bit rough. Yeah, it's not entirely correct, but it's a step in the correct direction. Although Derek, so nice to see those reflections on the water surface. Very cool. Yeah, I think so as well. Although the blending could do or need a fix up. Okay, this is. I need to double check this. If we return lighting here. Oh yeah. Maybe. And we have a problem with the shadows, definitely. We don't have any refraction now as well, so we need to keep that in mind. Yeah, we want this surface shadow to affect the visuals of the water, but definitely not like this. That's for sure. I mean, if we just did, in this case, if we just did I want to get refractions to work again, but to do that we're gonna do a quick workaround right now. We're gonna do normal VS. Normal reflections, world space, and then we do water normal map strength 1. Actually, we want it in more places. Let's see here. Nah, it looks weird here with this shit. Slowly but surely we're getting there. I think. I don't know. I still think way too much is visible when we have a view like this. We're gonna have to look into that, because I think so 1.5 times. If we were watching the water like this, we would probably get only reflections, right? More like this. They're really starting to look and feel like water. Yes, indeed it does. But there's still quite some way to go. I'm also a little bit... I'm starting to... We have a lot of components that is going to make up this water together that are like not 100% finish, and I'm starting to... It's stressing me a little bit. So for instance, we have the issue with refractions not taking the same normal. I need to look into that. We have the issue with reflections not working with normals. A few small things like that. But yeah, we're gonna make a lot of progress tomorrow as well on this. Great progress. It's starting to take shape. Let's put it like that. Yeah, depending on how much time I get to do some research today or think about the outline reflection problem, we're either gonna try and implement the outlines on the reflections tomorrow or continue with this, getting the different water components to work together. But I gotta run. Still think we had some good progress today. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hopefully we can make it even better tomorrow, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.